your perception. What do you think is what's going to happen today?
First of all, I didn't think that this was going to happen.
Okay.
I thought for
You like
sure she
breathing
was
hard?
gonna. I thought for sure she was gonna have a pregnancy related incident, or
Time
maybe
can
a
still. Hey,
family
it still hasn't.
emergency.
It can still happen though. It can still
We got
happen.
12 minutes. You okay? I mean, that, I wouldn't put it past her. I wouldn't put it past her. But
No.
here's the thing with Andrew: he doesn't give a rip about status, who he's talking to. He doesn't care who you are. He comes to annihilate. He wins every debate that he does. And I pray that what she said was true, that she had no idea who Andrew was, because if she had known, it doesn't matter if they had offered her $1 million, she wouldn't have done it, because she's about to be eviscerated. Watch it happen.
Okay.
Write
Okay.
it down.
Okay. Write it down.
Write it
Now,
down.
and please put eviscerated in the chat, y'all. And bonus points for spelling it without needing to look it up. Put eviscerated in the chat. Hold on, let me grab the bingo board real quick.
Put that on there.
I have no idea.
Ooh, new comments.
All right. Are you playing bingo with us?
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, man, that looks correct. I don't know if it is. That
Yes.
looks good though. That looks good.
Eviscerated.
Okay. I like it. I can't decide. Okay. Shout out to everybody who's jumping in the chat. Andrew needs to check her for a hidden earpiece. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it.
It doesn't matter if she has an earpiece. She could have everybody on there with her. She's still going to lose because she doesn't have the truth.
Well, there's the point. That is a good point. And given the fact that though Tyler Robinson's defense team filed that brief this week, and though it doesn't say emphatically like we're waving a white flag, just please take the death penalty off, as some people might. And I think I might have even kind of couched it in that way. That's not what they were saying. However, they didn't argue any of the points that Candace is making. That's the first problem. They don't make any arguments that Candace is making, and they also don't say that he didn't do it.
I know.
They didn't say, hey, our client. They didn't say, by the way, Your Honor, our client didn't do it, so therefore all these other things are true. Right. No, they didn't say that. So, I mean, they tacitly. I can see why people translated it as basically waving the white flag, saying, just please take the death penalty off the table. No, I mean, tacitly, they've kind of admitted that they know that they're cooked. But anyway, I think it's going to be interesting. Okay, so I started the show off by saying I still, even though I'm standing right here, even though I'm on this here's internet, I still don't think it's going to happen. I still don't. But I'm going to go. I believe I want it to happen too. So therefore, I believe that it's going to be probably a rehash of the Blair White, Candace Owens, Dave Rubin shenanigans. That's what I hate. I'm hoping it's not that bad. I really do, because I think that's probably the only other time that she's debated somebody publicly.
I know. So, that's why she hasn't done it since. Well, I mean, she's talked them down and told them she was too pregnant to deal with this. But yeah, no, that was a fantastic interview. It was a non-functioning splash page. It was like publicly online. I didn't dox anyone. Oh, I can't wait. Let's go dance. We need a dance to do.
What is going on
here? I'm doing it. How long have we been waiting? I'm not even speaking right. It's almost been a year that this woman has just been flapping her jaws. No one's put her in check. And here it is. Here it is. Andrew Wilson. I hope he makes her cry. I know that's mean. I know.
I heard this story. Heather, I heard this. It wouldn't surprise me. It really wouldn't. It would be diabolical, but you know what? I'm praying for Erica and their family and the TPUSA team, that they themselves are above the hoi polloi and above this, and just don't allow it to get under their skin. Because I mean, that would be really. But then, like, I think a better question is, how does her husband feel?
Oh, he doesn't have feelings.
Knowing that your wife is crashing out over Charlie. Not over you, and her in-laws. I mean, that's got to be some crazy work. That's going to make for some crazy TV come Thanksgiving.
This is fantastic. Thanksgiving, yes. Right around the corner. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, like, how do you, like, your wife is on television crashing out for another man? By the way, another woman's husband. Like,
another
that's crazy work.
Woman's husband.
Yes. Right. Like, make that make sense.
And she had the nerve to say Rachel Wilson was disrespectful to her husband. Rachel Are you Wilson. Kidding, girl? Andrew's wife.
Andrew's wife was disrespectful to Andrew?
No, hold on, wait. She said that it was disrespectful that they tell each other to shut up. Okay, that might be disrespectful. But girl, you've been out here obsessing over another man. You don't find that disrespectful? She has no self-awareness. None whatsoever.
Wait, okay. I'm sorry if I don't want to be like hard-headed. I'm not being obtuse. So Rachel and Andrew tell one another to shut up?
Jason, I didn't know I was going to have to explain all of this to you.
I'm sorry.
Do you ever watch the Whatever podcast? Okay, the Whatever podcast. Candace, every now and then. I know it's it's kind of crass, but
I'm a jam.
Candace played a clip because there's a common theme here. Whenever Andrew does a debate on the Whatever podcast, they always come for his wife because they know that's a soft spot for him. Mm-hmm. And they say things like he's abusive to her, that they have an unhealthy relationship, that she's chained to the stove. So she then calls in to let everyone know that she's alive and well. And she'll ask the questions of the women like, okay, I'm on the phone now. Ask me all of your questions. So they were talking over each other. Rachel was on the phone. Andrew and the person he was debating were in person, of course. And he was trying to say something. Rachel interjected and he said, Rachel, just be quiet for a second, or give me a second. And Andrew, being sarcastic, said, oh, was that abusive? Okay, Rachel, shut up. He does it. He was doing it to get a rise out of the other debater. Anywho, long story short, even though I've already given you the long story, Candace said, yes, that is abusive. I don't tell my husband to shut up. He doesn't tell me to shut up. That is so disrespectful.
Got it. Okay.
But she can talk about another man for a year.
Right. You can talk about another man. I mean, glowingly. I would hate for somebody to do a word count for how many times she's mentioned Charlie Kirk since Charlie Kirk has been assassinated, basically in a year. I'm going to go in the tens of thousands that she's mentioned his name. Mm-hmm. And then compared to how many times she's mentioned her husband or George.
Right. It would be.
Right, that would be wild work.
Right.
Yeah. And just Charlie alone, not even like my husband or anything of that nature, just literally the name Charlie. I'm sure it's in the tens of thousands. Charlie.
Yeah. And then Erica. Obsession. What time is it? Is it time?
It is 54. It's 54.
Oh my gosh.
They got 6 minutes.
Okay. But is there a countdown going on their respective platforms? Oh, are we
on the Crucible right now?
Is there a countdown? How about her?
And they have 3 minutes.
Oh my gosh, guys, what are we gonna do, guys?
We are going to.
Let's talk about what do we think she's going to be wearing.
I don't know.
What do we think?
Clothes.
Her option.
Clothes.
She's got the ink blot blouse. We have the curtain rod blouse. She also fashioned that palm tree dress in Spain. Those are options. Those are all options. The tweed blazer.
What about the Super Mario? What about the Super Mario sweater?
That's the clouds. I think she might, because that was a fitted sweater and she's allegedly pregnant. So I don't know that would fit her. I think it's going to be either her linebacker, one of her linebacker blazers. Okay.
Linebacker blazer is crazy.
The frill neck lizard. Okay.
Okay.
Or that ugly brown houndstooth pattern top that she wears. And she'll be in loafers for sure. Right. Am I right, everyone?
Okay.
Oh, Heather says denim shirt. That's another possibility.
Yeah, the palm dress definitely will be my vote down. I'll vote that down. She's gonna wear maroon. She's gonna wear maroon. Crazy.
Maroon for sure. The maroon boys.
The maroon
girls.
But maroon is not a color for men. Maroon is not a normal color for men.
It's not. You guys should be in blue, gray, or black. Nothing maroon.
Okay, I can rock with that.
One shade away from pink. What's wrong with you?
I don't know.
Yeah.
This is going to be absolutely wild. I am not. I have no idea. I'm just here for the ride.
Oh, Lindsay said, what hairstyle? Her battle bun.
Oh my gosh.
She's battle bun ready.
Battle bun? Things gonna be battle bun? Okay.
She's battle bun ready.
Something expensive and questionable.
Yes.
All black, in my opinion. Okay.
Oh, look at that little puppy. Oh, cat. Is that a Frenchie? Do you like dogs, Jason? Do you have a dog?
I do not.
Nope. You don't like dogs?
Mm-mm. I don't like animals. I don't think I'm not really a big fan of taking care of animals. I don't.
I'm judging you so hard right now.
I feel it. I feel judged.
Do you feel this?
I feel it. Let's go over real quick. I'm allergic to cats. Like definitely allergic to cats.
Nobody likes cats.
And dogs just don't make sense to me. I don't see
the
purpose.
What do you mean?
But see, I don't judge people who do. I just don't. I just don't.
Who's judging? Put it in the chat. Put a broken heart emoji in the chat if you're judging.
Drop a super or something.
Drop a super. Austin Terrier cat. His name is.
I have children. I have children, and trust me, that's enough.
Wow.
They. Well, let me. No.
Dogs won't roll their eyes at you. They don't talk back to you.
They also won't wash the dishes, though.
That's true.
See?
However, you could train a puppy to do whatever. Protect you, fetch you a drink.
Wash dishes, though?
Dance.
Wash dishes. I'm okay.
Dishwasher.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Broken heart emoji. Yes, thank you, Furball. Judging. Super hard. I'm with you. Oh, Roxanne, thank you for the broken heart emojis.
Look, I'm fine with that. Y'all are fine to have
Tina.
that.
Hey, Tina. You're being
would hate to kick you out of here. Oh my
gosh, you would never.
So don't ever say I won't do something. Don't ever say I won't do something because I'm going to do it.
He literally erased me. Oh my gosh.
I did the Thanos snap on you.
Oh my gosh. Oh, see, body cam bureau media. My dog is my whole life. I know.
And look, I'm not mad at people who own pets. I'm not mad at them.
You know, it's not what you said. It's how you said it. And it was the tone with which you said it.
So this is the meta that we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Remember when I said earlier that there's meta commentary? This is the meta commentary. Where's my bingo board? This is the meta commentary I'm talking about. You're arguing about the way that I say something. See, that's the meta commentary.
It's called tone policing.
Tone policing is crazy.
No, I'm not usually one for tone policing, but you brought up dogs, so.
I did not.
Okay.
You did.
I did. I know. Why are we still talking about it? I don't know why you're getting upset.
Because you're tone policing. Here, you know what? I'm taking meta commentary right now. Meta debate right now. I'm taking it.
Wait, I don't have my bingo board.
Persecution frame?
Persecution?
I feel persecuted. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'm feeling very attacked.
Motive attribution? You're attributing to my motives. Who is this chick? I agree. Who is this? Johnny?
Johnny?
I
don't appreciate the tone of that either. There was no punctuation.
See, she's not feeling it.
My name is Edie.
Edie.
Candyland Biker Babe 7000.
You're a spokesperson.
It's on. Okay. It's on.
It's not on yet. We're waiting. They haven't go yet.
Okay. I just saw somebody say it's on, and I just got really. Oh.
Yeah, well, let me hit refresh. Let
me calm down for a second. Let's start it.
You're crazy.
I'm acting a little bit irrational because I just can't believe this. Let me just calm down here. Let me take a chill pill. Okay.
Yeah, let me do that. Wait, whatever is doing it too. Hold on, let's see whatever. Let me click on whatever real quick. I didn't know whatever was going to be hosting it as well. Yeah, that is waiting.
Are you live? Am I live? Are we live?
They haven't got. I'm telling you, man. She having a medical event.
Oh my God, you're right. We're 2 minutes past time. Let me go to X. Let me go to X here. Oh my gosh, Carrie.
But Jason, I sent you an adorable pic of my kitty, Tilly, watching you on the TV. Well, thank you so much, SC Dog. Look, I'm fine with cats but I really am allergic to cats. So, like, I'm not like I don't like cats, but I'm allergic to them. Me and President Firstborn, we're pretty bad, actually. I told you she had an allergic reaction to her friend's cat when she went by to visit her, and they're like her eye swole up really bad. It was terrible. And then she somehow or another transferred it to me, and that's why the other day my eye was looking crazy.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looked like I had been in a 3-rounder or something, fighting. Fighting. Okay, so I'm looking. So, of course, Candace is late. Let's insert all black jokes, all black people late jokes in 3.
Oh my God. No. No. Oh.
Okay, so I'm watching on the Whatever podcast. They're not, here, let me pull it in. We can watch it together. Shout out to Whatever podcast. Green Hearts We Can Hear.
Am I going to be a little greedy here?
Dick Fitzwell donated $20.
I'm going to turn it off.
First time watching Live and squirting my TTS all over your screen.
What?
Andrew, take this idiot on. How often will she mention her gender, race?
Yeah, we're gonna switch on that one. We're gonna switch on. I didn't know what they were going to be talking about.
I know.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them. Different. Yeah, let's insert racial jokes in 3, 2, 1. All right. It would be that she would be tardy. Well, I mean, maybe they're having some technical difficulties. I don't know. I don't think that's the case.
I mean, technical.
I don't think that's it. I'm telling you, man, she's having a medical event right now. They call it 911. They have EMS coming because she's 7 months pregnant and blah, 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 blah.
I'll never let her hear the end of this if she doesn't show up. I will devote the rest.
Hey, by the way, make sure you hit the like button. We got 160 people up in here, 148. Make sure you hit the like button and please put #debate. There's a reason why. For the commercial break, you want to do it. You want to do it. The cool kids are doing it. All right, Jay. So what's going on?
Water broke. Eclipse true.
Later on, we are going to be doing a drawing. We'll be doing a drawing during the commercial break, and the way that we're going to pick your name is by you putting in #debate. There you go. So that's it. Now you know. Since you had to know, now you know.
Oh, wait. Somebody just made a good point. She did used to pull that on Charlie. She was always late. Remember, Graham Allen, he revealed that about her, that she would have them waiting and they would have to ad-lib or whatever, however you want to say it, filibuster. That's true. She has no regard for anyone's time.
Because it's all about her. But I mean, and it's in her house, for crying out loud. So now you really are without excuse.
Oh, wow.
It's in your crib.
True. It's literally
in your crib. It's in the basement, y'all. It's in the basement, and you can't even be on time. That's some low down dirty work right there.
What is happening, guys?
I don't know. All right.
It's the most exciting day.
It's an exciting day, she says. She's view-botting. Oh, no, that's interesting, Nick. I don't even know what.
She's working on a fake labor accident.
I mean, really? Right? She took that $30,000 from them and she didn't give it back, right?
Oh, I didn't know about that. That was back at the Daily Wire.
This is watch the Kira Davis video. Kira Davis talks about the time that a Republican group invited her out to Utah or Colorado, a woman's group, and it was $30K speaking. And right the week before, she said she needed a private plane because she was fire in the hole.
What do you mean?
Okay, the screen is hot, y'all.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I have my notebook.
The screen is hot. Okay, so I'm wrong. Well, at the current moment, I'm still not wrong. I'm just not right yet.
You're
all right, let's see what happens.
I hope you're not right at all about this one. Oh my gosh.
She's gonna go into labor. She's gonna open up and be like, "Oh, I'm going into labor."
I'm gonna go into labor. I'm gonna go into labor if we don't start this. Awkward.
Is there something you need to tell us, Edie?
Oh no. No.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Tell me, what happened? Where'd you go?
That I'm bringing the station down.
Oh.
Bringing it down to cruising altitude. We're bringing it down to cruising altitude.
Starting soon. Yeah. You should have been started, Candace. Show some respect. She really is all over her own page, isn't she?
Right. I mean, we know what matters to her. We know what
that
matters.
battle bun. Look at that battle bun.
Well,
yes, girl.
It will be. I shrank. I did. If the mods could please drop the bingo board in the chat.
Well, she can never say that she didn't make money off of Charlie ever again, even though she already's been made money off of Charlie. But this for sure. No, that argument is just dead in the water. You took the money.
Here is the bingo board right here. Go on, take your money and run. Yeah.
She had to find the perfect $3,000 blouse.
Y'all are wild.
That's so true, though. That is so true.
What if she wore a smoking jacket? Oh, no, not the jokes.
No, the smoking jacket after she made such a stink about the smoking. Oh, that's funny. You made a stink about the smoking.
And people found videos of her husband sitting with Michael Knowles and a couple other guys in that studio smoking.
But they were cigars.
Right. Does that make a difference?
Yeah, she made a distinction. She said they were cigars. They weren't cigarettes. So
I don't know. Is that real?
No, it's not. People die all the time.
What's the big difference? What's the difference?
There's no difference. Exactly. She's just stupid. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's a good. You think she's going to go after PBD after this? What do you think?
Of course.
Right. Smoke is smoke. That's what I'm thinking right here. Smoke is smoke.
Yes. Cachet.
Cigars are worse, in my opinion. I mean, if I had to, I would rather smell cigar smoke than cigarette smoke. But I do think that smoke is smoke, and I would rather not any of them if I had to. If I had to.
Right. And then she sat across from Bill. Oh, see, right there, Bill Maher. Somebody mentioned it. I don't know what hotboxing is, but he was smoking.
Yeah. And she was pregnant at that time.
Yes, very, very pregnant.
Yeah, when she was with Bill Maher. I don't like cigarette smoke, but I don't mind. Yeah, me and Kiana, same. Shout out to Q in the building. Good to see you. Thank you so much for rolling on through. Jason, will you pray for me? I'm trying to quit smoking. Absolutely. Just Johnny, 1999. I got you, my dude. I got you right here.
I got you on our prayer list as well.
I'm going to save it, and we will make sure to do that. Absolutely.
My dad.
See, I know a lot of people that smoke cigars like as a social thing, but they don't do it on a regular. So I don't know if maybe the addictive nature of cigarettes and cigars is different. And I really truly don't know, but I know some people who smoke cigars and they, just occasionally go smoke it. Whereas cigarette people, they don't occasionally go smoke a cigarette. That's something you're doing all the time.
I know. My dad was like a 3-pack a dayer.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Yeah. He died.
Longer than cigarettes in my experience. Cigars smell better too. Smell better though. Interesting. Okay.
She said, I'm not sure.
Okay. Candace is late to even. Wait, what did they say?
I can't see it now. Somebody said, I'm not sure Candace is even female. That's funny.
Ah. There it is right there. I see it. So yeah, what about pipe smoke? That's a good question. I don't know.
My grandfather used to smoke pipes.
I don't understand. A great difference? I don't understand the process. Like what happened in the world, in man's growth and matriculation that you said, hey, I got an idea. Let's take this plant, dry it out, roll it up, and smoke and inhale the smoke. That's the part I don't get. Not to front on anybody who's on it now, but I'm just like, what was the genesis of cigarette smoke or cigarette smoking?
Well, it was, look back. I saw this movie on Netflix once. It was based on a true story. I think it was called Radium Girls. And they used to position things that just came about. And they would push them as something good. Like people were bathing in radium. They were ingesting radium tablets. And then they were all dying of radiation poisoning.
Oh my gosh.
You see what I'm saying? So cigarettes are like smoking for. There was a picture just the other day I saw of the cigarette guy. What was it? Like the costumes.
The Marlboro Man?
Yes, thank you. And he was walking around hospitals handing out cigarettes, and people were like smoking in hospitals. So they thought it was probably good for them at first. This will calm your nerves. This way. And now, of course, here we are. But you guys should watch Radium Girls. I think that's what it's called. Radium Girls. True story. People used to sell tapeworms in a jar if you wanted to lose weight. You should go look up some old ads, Jason.
That I only laugh because I'm like, now we're looking at was it GLP-1s or GPL-1s or whatever, and I'm like, and thankfully the side effects have come fast and furious now that it's become popular, but selling tapeworms is crazy.
Yeah, just ingest this tapeworm, lose 10 pounds by Friday.
Oh,
yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, you won't get rid of the tapeworm.
My puppy had a tapeworm when she was a puppy, like a baby puppy. I'm going to vomit even trying to think. I'm not going to. If you guys want to hear that story, I'll include it in my next video, but I'm not going to tell it right now because this is a happy day.
Happy day.
I had to pull it out of her. It's fine. It's a long story. Oh my gosh, I'm making all these jokes.
Right,
no pun intended. It was a long story because it was a long story. Oh, I love this. Carolina, it was supposed to start at 11.
Yeah. And now we are cruising on 12 minutes overtime.
And she'll probably blame Andrew.
Oh yeah, it's Andrew's fault. I mean, okay, let's be fair. Maybe Andrew didn't get over there on time.
Oh, the lies. Okay.
I'm just trying.
Hold on.
Make sure you hit the like button, everybody. Please make sure you hit the like button.
What excuse was just on the tip of my tongue? I have my frozen coffee, Keisha.
I have my iced coffee and water.
I have water as well in my leopard cup.
Leopard cup is crazy.
Yeah. Here it is.
I hate that this Yeti got a ding in it, and now the black ash coating is coming off.
You can put paint on. Paint.
I'm just gonna let it go.
Hey, on the bingo board, do we have pregnant with a boy on there? Because I wonder how many times she'll say that.
No, I don't have pregnant with a boy on there. Shout out to, thank you so much for the 10. Hello, two of my favorite folks covering the debate.
We love you.
God bless you. Thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate it. Thank y'all. Please make sure y'all hit hashtag debate. We got a drawing during one of the commercial breaks, but it seemed like at the moment, I'm telling you, y'all, the ambulance is coming right now. She's having what is it called? Brixton Hack. What's the
Braxton Hicks?
Braxton Hicks.
Brixton Hack. That's how she would pronounce it. Pronounce it. You said it right. Brixton Hacks.
There you go.
Brixton Hacks.
She having Brixton Hacks, man. That is hilarious. Put Brixton Hacks in the chat. Mm-hmm. That is so dumb. You know she doing it. Y'all know she doing it. Was it Brixton Hacks? That's crazy. My wife is gonna die laughing at me. Put Brixton Hacks in the chat. That's crazy work. But okay, so at the current moment, if you're just hopping in, thank you so much for jumping in to the best live chat on the internet, the most electrifying comment section on the planet. If you notice, I'm your host, of course, Jwhit, but I got my wonderful co-host. We got Edie Lowe up in the building, and she's excited. She's done her dance. She's chastised me for not owning pets. She's told us strange and odd stories. She is chomping at the bit, y'all.
And I'll tell you guys the story. If this postponement continues, I was going to tell them the story about how I tried to play basketball that one time, but we shall wait. I told you that story. Remember?
Yes.
I wanted my brother to love me.
Yes. Okay. Here, Edie, I'm gonna give you the big screen. Ready?
Okay.
It's story, and ladies and gentlemen, story time with Edie.
Shocker. I'm not athletic. Okay. I'm not athletic. And all I've ever wanted in my life was for my brother to love me. And I was in the 3rd grade, and he told me, you need to audition for the basketball team. I don't want to audition, but I said, okay, I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. And I auditioned for the basketball team, and I made it. And you know how they have like the A and the B team, right? I was on the C team. Happy to be there. Happy to be on that bench, sitting there with my high pony and my tennis bracelets and my bobby socks. Well, my brother would always reprimand me after the games because they never let me play because I didn't want to play and I couldn't play. But he said, you have to talk to the coach and say, by the way, he was only in 4th grade. I was in 3rd grade. So just imagine this conversation between a 3rd and 4th grader. You got to tell the coach, put me in, coach, put me in. So because it was loud
put
in
me
there,
in, coach. I'm ready.
He couldn't hear. I would just mouth the words to the coach. He's not putting me in. He's not putting me in. Well, one day, I call it Black Saturday. Everyone on the A and B team, they were sick or they died. I don't know. I was put in the game and I caught the ball. And I went to find my mom and my granny in the audience so that I could wave at them because I caught the ball. And when I turned back around, I was clotheslined by the biggest 3rd grader I've ever seen.
Was it Dejanay Carrington?
I don't know. Clothesline. And I laid there waiting for everybody to get quiet and get down on one knee. And they just kept playing around me. And so maybe after a minute of laying there,
not a minute,
I got up and I just walked back to the bench. I didn't even attempt to keep playing. And the coach said, what were you doing? What was I doing? What did it look like I was doing? I was nearly decapitated. Anyway, that was the last game I ever played.
Decapitated is crazy.
Anyway.
So what you're saying, I mean, you were the WNBA before the WNBA.
Oh, wow. That's true.
You should look into it. You're a girl, right? So you're a girl NBA.
Yeah, I'm a girl.
You're the girl NBA, not the women's league, but the girls' league.
Oh, yeah, no. I just went back to cheerleading and dance after that.
Because that's probably one Bobby socks. What are Bobby socks?
Oh, they're just fluffy socks that you wear kind of high and you scrunch them. Yeah, and then I have my high pony and my little Nike headband that my mom splurged for. And I was just so happy that I caught the ball. But that was short-lived as well. By the way, I'm sure that 3rd grader was really a 6th grader.
Of course, of course.
She could have killed me. I was actually in danger. And no one cared. No one cared. And you know what? I've never fully recovered from that.
Clearly.
Well, if your head nearly gets taken off, I think you'd be a little bit upset as well. I'm trying to share your stream here to X. It's not working. Why isn't it working? Okay.
It's discrimination. I don't know.
Discrimination.
It's discrimination. StreamYard is oppressing you.
I am oppressed.
Don't let it oppress you.
Oppressed. Is that on the bingo board?
I do not think oppressed is on the bingo board.
Oh, darn. We need oppressed. We need pregnant with a boy. We need
well, this one was like pseudo kind of sort of trying to be serious.
Oh, wow.
But I guess
okay. Claim stacking, mocking, sarcasm. I love the sarcasm of it all. Cherry picked example, yes. Do your own research. Motive attribution. Semantic word fight, yes. These are really good.
Right. So I was trying to be, though we were playing it, I figured we could at least kind of be sort of serious.
Oh, you know what would have been funny? While being serious, if you had misspelled a lot of things.
Oh. Well, I just didn't want, what I didn't want is to misspell something. And a lot of people are asking the question in the chat.
That's true.
What's going on, the honest youth pastor in the building? Haven't been able to catch the stream in forever. Awesome to see you again. What's going on, honest youth pastor?
I like his avatar.
Man, hit me up, man. We can do this again. Y'all, by the way, if the mods could please make sure we got honest youth pastor's link in the chat. Fantastic content creator. I'm glad you stopped by, man. Please make sure you check out honest youth pastor. You know why? I bet you know what he is. Edie.
He's a youth pastor.
And he's honest. There we go. Come on. Let's insert that.
I'm going to tweet Candace. Where are you?
Right, Candy, where are you?
Candy.
Insert inappropriate black people are always late jokes in 3, 2, 1. All right.
I'm going to tag her. Yeah, she said she went down the list of Group 92. Shout out Group 92.
Shout out to Group 92. Agent 0015 in the building.
Agent 17 here reporting for duty.
I'm 005. I'm sorry, 005. Sorry.
Okay. You know what?
I'm telling you, she's having Brixton hacks.
Brixton hacks.
Okay, wait. Something's live. Let's go.
Are we live?
Wait.
Okay, so we're officially live.
Green hearts in the chat if you can hear.
Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on
Reebok.
Wait.
Said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight. Even some of the stuff this morning, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for 3 different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey,
look at her
face.
Have
this conversation.
Yeah, look at her face. Put fearful in the chat.
So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them, The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the 2 of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties. All 3 of them here.
Nobody cares.
And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also
volunteered.
Exactly.
What about Group 92?
This format that we have here today.
So with that being said,
Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming.
Shout out to the Galaxy.
So I have a brief opening
S24
statement.
Galaxy.
On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or 2 of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, And who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. Yes. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that I killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025.
What?
I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me.
Get out of here.
That was a message sent September 9th.
Oh my gosh.
Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Mm-hmm. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, one, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and two, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like that. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable
yes.
Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew.
Wow.
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the
Sarcasm.
preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just
Okay, girl.
I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I
that's you,
don't
girl.
think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running the podcast saying it's just streams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo.
Right.
And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think that
she is so upset
as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation.
Israel.
Immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war,
just like you are,
he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic. The day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they're partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson.
They wanted to do it.
And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Okay.
0%.
0%.
Oh. I'm at 0. So with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for
it? For what? My percentage?
Oh my gosh.
He didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
But just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie.
This is getting better. Wait.
It's so good. It's so good. I'm so happy.
But I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Let her go.
So you're not sure if he was actually shot.
I love this man.
Open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun,
it was a bow and arrow.
30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Spalhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not a 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No,
but you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all
with maybe a smaller
caliber. Okay,
just yes or no.
And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that, and we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
I think that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting with...
If you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique
we should go over the actual evidence that we feel...
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But definitely upon impact, and we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losi Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of...
Yes, I recall. You're talking about...
The bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
She got guns?
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. Mm-hmm. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I'm not I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly,
she's so
the fact
mad,
that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched.
No.
And to get DNA degradation,
I was having difficulty downloading
items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust. Yeah. He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out. And it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's, dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, first, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted.
Calm down, girl.
So
what do you mean? So what?
So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I've worked in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
Though, is my question.
That's a great
I
question.
think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of eliminated samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm
Girl, you keep interrupting everybody.
the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
I have bingo already, y'all.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes, because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations, and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part if I can't get to the end of the sentence?
I'll wait patiently till we get to
the patsy part. So that could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places. But it also could
demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture. No, this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that.
Insults.
But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent
the state's position. You think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement.
Based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy behavior.
That's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Right.
You didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no. This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know
this. We can call for a
this.
fact check if all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single day. Utah Rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah Rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with.
He just read an expert.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
From that.
Yes, you did. You again. This is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution,
pull it up.
For the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, disputes.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say Candace, I'll give you the degraded prints, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
And then infer off of that
Didn't say that
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's
what
the position is.
I'm asking this. I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I'm looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what
Yes.
1102
So this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can
your
I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay. Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't. Okay. That's point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that's what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted,
reframes the question.
This evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay, they are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference? That I understand.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute.
The inverse, guys.
Said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So, this is how the court process works. So just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim.
No, my whole claim was that there's more evidence that he has set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the four?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull.
Get it right.
They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the idea that on a college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but even if it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
did you delete
tweets?
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless
it was his car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Skylar. I thought Skylar was a man.
He said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your own clip.
Did I say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say.
So the thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
why are you pivoting? So just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence itself.
Okay.
Yes,
actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I said.
There's no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in that tweet.
This is your time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate claim.
That's not what you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory.
Right.
I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
No.
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
But not
right? I feel like that's fair.
But not exhaustive, just so you know.
I never said it was exhaustive.
Go ahead.
You said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them conspiracy theorists. That's literally what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay. So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because, Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
You missed a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance. Sorry.
Hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. I mean, or
well, he
texting.
Didn't tweet it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, "I'm not 100%."
I agree,
but in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity. He wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to.
But he's more.
And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's Skyler, I think he said pull it up if you want to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well.
Skyler, get it together.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
She argued with everybody.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his...
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so the
you
judge,
didn't say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
That's what she just said.
I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. Where do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It was, it literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that
And
at
what
all.
are the things?
How many times did you, I mean, if you watch the Freelance hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from.
And
all
everything
allowed
you say is hearsay.
Okay, but it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find
this
to
is
be...
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
Well, that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
This is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay.
That's what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead. Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break?
I don't care about ads.
Keep going, or
get our ads, get that money.
I could take a quick break.
Doesn't matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's
So
end it on what you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confession.
Like him saying, I did it.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Shout out to the best live chat on the internet. Real quick, Edie, this picture is going to make you mad. What is she doing?
What's happening? What is happening? This is her ad?
What is that? I just muted it.
Oh, look, guys. Look at her little flip. Her little... Guys.
Okay, give me your overall. Give me your overall, quick.
This is fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. If she gets pressed on something, she just moves the goalpost because she can't substantiate her claims because they hold no water. She has no evidence. And the fact that she said that everything that they presented is mostly hearsay, she would have to then apply that logic to her own heretical viewpoints. But she won't do that. Okay. And I can't believe that they would allow her to wear these pants that show her ankles in such a fashion.
Okay. I'm mad that she's wearing those Reeboks. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That just doesn't make any sense. But let's talk about the fact that when she gets pressed, she changes, and her rebuttals, she gets pressed and she immediately fires back a question that you have to answer rather than answer what it was that was pressed, what she was pressed on. And I think that has got to stop. But let's just be honest. This isn't a debate. So anybody who is saying this is a great debate, blah, blah, blah debate, this is not a debate. This is a conversation. I think it's much more civil than I anticipated. I will give them both credit for that. Well, that's true. Yeah, wait till we get into them extra innings. Wait till we get to that third hour. That's when it's going to get.
Because she's already going. She's already doing it. I mean, off the bat, did you get it out of your system?
Yeah.
When he delivered his preamble, that was very calm. I'm so sorry that it was very calm.
I thought it was concise. I thought it was very calm.
Yeah,
and very clear where he was going. Yeah. I didn't think it was out of line, out of pocket.
Nope.
But so I believe during hour 2, hour 3, prayerfully, Lord Jesus, please, not hour 4, but please, Lord, let's not. But I do believe it's going to get a little bit more contentious because she came in fit to be tied from the word go. So she was not very gracious from the start.
No.
So again, this is a very interesting position. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. It's much more civil than I thought. This conversation is definitely. I don't know how people who rock with Candace are going to see this and translate it as successful, a good position, looks good for her, or anything like that, because I don't know where they're going to see that from, because it doesn't look good at all right now. Well, that's because
you're normal. Yeah, we're all normal here. They're not normal. They're going to say, you see, look, he couldn't even answer one of her questions. He could not answer one of her questions. He could not concede to any of her points because he is a paid shill for Israel.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
All right, so they are. All right, so I think we so far, I mean, I think if Andrew personally, and this is something I think Andrew should not undertalk her. Let her say something, even if she butts in, and him just let her talk. Because the more she talks, the more ridiculous she's going to look. And in the abundance of words, there.
You shot with some type of projectile.
Right, see what happened when you left her there and let her just explain. So you don't think it was a 30-aught, but what was it? Right, just as a projectile. Okay, explain that to me. What kind of projectile? Where did it come from? Who did it?
A smaller caliber gun.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I think that was a very good exchange where Andrew allowed her to just flounder. You don't have to rescue her. And sometimes rescuing her is by interjecting. Let her just keep yammering. Let her yammer. It is okay that Candace is going to talk more than Andrew, because she's not going to convince anybody. She's actually going to dissuade people from believing her because she's just going to say foolishness.
And she does this all. Okay, no. Actually, you know what? I'd like to move on to this topic now. When she gets pressed on,
right.
Yeah, I'd like to move on to this topic now. It's not relevant.
Bring her right back here. Bring her right back here. And I thought he did a good job of saying, hey, so how does that mean that he's a patsy?
And she wasn't getting it. She was like, I can't understand it for you. Right there. She is crazy. She's a geriatric mean girl. She
really needs him to give her, to reflect back that kind of energy, as people like to say. She needs him to be insulting. Now, Andrew, hey, let's be 100%. Andrew has some very hot takes. So he's definitely not, as he said in his video, he's not a good person. He's admitted that. She needs that not good person to enter the chat. And she's trying her best to keep prodding and poking for him to start coming back being ridiculous. So then therefore the wheels on the bus come off. But if he just stays in pocket, stays in frame, relaxed, poised, I don't know if he's going to go out and smoke a cigarette, get a good, whatever, but stays poised, I believe he's going to be he's going to do a good job, because she doesn't have a position.
And she just kept talking. Oh, I hear myself. Faster and faster and louder and louder. It's just similar to what she did with Blair White. She got to the point with Blair White that she was yelling and using her arms.
Yep, that's what we need. That's the Candace we need. We need.
I don't know that she can move her arms and her blazer, but
yeah, we need for it all. We need that Candace to enter the chat, and we need brother Andrew to stay very calm, cool and collected, cool like a cucumber.
I was just going to say that. Oh my gosh.
There we go. Samey. So stay cool like a cucumber, and I think we'll see success. But ultimately, the goal of this is just to help people see, like, Candace has horrible ideas, and she horrible ideas. Like, think about it. If your position is that Israel killed Charlie, why would you not be jumping at the bit to give all of your evidence to that point.
Yeah.
Or if your position is that he wasn't shot with a bullet, but with whatever, then why are you not jumping at the bit to discuss it? You know why? Because nothing in the defense's briefing yesterday, or this week rather, supported that. So it would look bad if she came in here with this idea of the exploding. Right. Right. If she came in here with the exploding microphone argument, she would look ridiculous because it doesn't purport with what the defense has already kind of admitted in a roundabout, tacit way. So that's where I think her problem is, and why the wheels on the bus are coming off for her. But I don't even think the bus even had wheels to start with. Let's tell the truth.
When I know that somebody probably has the clip. She said, I think she was doing the comment read, and she said, "I am 100% convinced that it wasn't. I'm Team Road Mike. I'm 100% Team Road Mike that it exploded." But so when did she pivot back to it being a projectile?
Right.
We have to hold her to account for that.
Hold her feet to the fire. And I got a bad feeling. I got a bad feeling. Andrew has that somewhere in the chamber. It's in the chamber.
Good.
So I don't know. I don't know why they didn't press that more. Hey, let me real quick while we're doing this. Let me test it out. All right. Make sure you put hashtag debate in the chat, even though this isn't a real good debate. All right, let's go check. Let's check it out. Let's all right, let's go. Yeah, that was a long 3 minutes.
Because she's probably crying. Well, I don't know.
Yes, she is. She's going to early labor. Natasha.
Yay, Natasha.
Shout out to you. Email management, jwhit@jwhit.com. Email management to get your prize, jwhit@jwhit.com. Natasha. Or no, Natasha Hope. There we go. Shout out to Natasha
Beautiful
Hope.
Name, Natasha.
I like it. I
do as well.
All right. And guess what? I don't like that she's still not back. That's what I don't like. Make sure y'all hit the like.
She's self-destructing. She is self-destructing.
You know she is. You know she is.
It's the best thing.
You know she is. Oh man, I reset my. Hey, by the way, everybody go back in and put hashtag debate. I reset it. Sorry. Oh, he's back. By
the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well.
Yeah, get those bots in there. Get them bots rocking.
Yeah, get the bots in there. Why are we talking about this? Doesn't matter if one person's watching.
There as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair.
What examination are we in?
Okay. So, yeah. I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence. And this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. Mm-hmm. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay. So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. Right, you just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under because and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also as a Helldivers
novelist
player. He did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that being that you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why I'm parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. This shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts compelling. I think this should go. I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all.
Put Candace slop in the chat.
Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. I don't think it's not a trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just your general intuition. Sometimes how might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have.
George is alive?
Yes. For a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public.
Now George is catching strays.
For whatever reason, the FBI would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this is the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
No, how do you know?
How do you know that?
How do you know it?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
I love trying to be reliable.
Good.
Say.
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. Wait, you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
What is sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents. Because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, charging documents. Even for that, when you are charging someone, You can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning. I think up there. He then writes the charging, what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents...
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't
that's the problem.
It's not correcting. That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you
that's the point.
I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
you're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt
Robinson.
You
say, why don't they?
Said, wouldn't you be out there?
I don't want to misquote.
Saying my kid didn't do it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm
She's
telling
reframed
you
his
that we
question.
have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
a thing not in dispute,
right? Nobody's arguing that.
I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on messages.
Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated. But by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone,
it's called winners and losers.
Fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct.
She looks nervous, man.
She's so nervous with her cankles.
What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. Yes.
So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
Why aren't the parents disputing that?
Well,
Right.
first off,
That's the question.
First off,
Yes.
the parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to
Because
somebody
you
else
listen
who's
to
your
them.
source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I-
else
I don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media this
yes.
is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and
And
take
the
it from
Robinson
somebody who is
family.
involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean,
It's
there's
not
so
a
many things I
flex,
want to
baby.
respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you
Correct.
that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise
Nary.
you to go to the media.
Oh,
and speak.
this mother,
especially when your son
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah,
They
that's
would have been
for you
doing
and
it
your
from
wife.
jump.
But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death,
Is there a gag order?
and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you
And
could blow the
Candace,
case,
you
would have a more
yourself said
responsible
you plan on
consideration.
violating the gag order.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders. And
You said
But
you
if
plan
you
on
have a
violating
source,
the
it
gag
seems
order.
like you're
Wow.
violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on the statements of
it's
the
him
parents.
saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't.
gosh.
They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there,
so they're not allowed to present anything.
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because the state, have enough, what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
these
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what I'm asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But
yes.
I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second.
What about you?
I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. Mm-hmm. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. Mm-hmm. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Mm-hmm. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. Right. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too.
Right.
That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay.
She's trying to figure out external.
I don't really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that if the state is allowed to use, this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but
your audience doesn't.
Going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false. I'll explain
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this?
Yeah.
I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
This is a document.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal.
Look at her face.
To be more precise, as of April
she's
1st.
Angry.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery documents. Show cause. Yes. Yeah. So that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my
you don't know anything.
I don't remember how much it was.
You don't know anything?
The amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
there's
to.
There's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because
they're all related to
your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is problematic, that you decide that it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you've said.
We should discuss the screwdriver as well.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should. Yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major substance.
Me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony.
No, it hasn't.
And in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching. Nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Right. You've made definitive claims.
I mean, sure.
I do
doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing,
what do you need to see?
Almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state
What
is
do you need to see,
they're also
Brenda?
their evidence.
Right.
So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious.
What do you need to see?
And also, like I said,
so what do you need to see
that was given
to
to Lance by
you
the
that
feds,
it was Tyler?
the feds didn't ask him any questions. The fact that I
spoke
spoke to his family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI.
You haven't answered the question, lady.
Everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library.
Still hasn't answered the questions.
Felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd.
Oh my gosh.
That's absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until
I bet
the trial was over. And it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back.
What are you talking about?
And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the
microphone
crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if
Who
you feel
cares?
bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene.
I knew it. I told you it was coming.
Like the craziest thing ever.
Right there.
This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency.
You guys,
I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird.
Because it was on a college.
There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying.
That's what I'm saying. Let her talk.
Because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory. so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So,
So
these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident? The various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
But what do you need? What does look right?
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to
yes,
say,
come on.
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I was like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing.
Is that what it would take?
But hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
But
one clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense.
Just a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended.
Right.
Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an
ad break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
No.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
Okay, I don't.
Oh, there she is.
Okay, I don't like. Oh, by the way, this is recorded. I got it on pretty good authority that this is it's time delayed, so that's the way they can insert the commercials. Yeah, I don't like that Candace is allowed to just go off the rails, and people who have said that PBD is not a good moderator, you are 100% correct. You get all of my respect. PBD, this needs to be held to account because they're just kind of going all over the place. This is wandering. Like, what the heck are we going to talk about Erica and TPUSA for? The argument was whether or not Tyler Robinson killed, that was the premise rather, whether or not Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, yay or nay, up or down vote. All this other lyrical wandering around through the forest like the children of Israel is stupid. And yeah, this was I'm sorry, man. This is just dumb.
Yeah, why didn't he reel her in? And she still didn't answer the question.
No, he really didn't. And he even had to say like, and then Andrew comes in. That's why I said let her talk. Andrew came in there, just show me clear evidence that he did it, and I'm right there with you. So PBD had to actually rescue Candace from her. She didn't learn her Easter speech, so he had to go in there and try to help her out. And that was terrible. That was horrible. And I'm not saying it's horrible because I don't rock with Candace. I'm saying it's horrible because it's not being faithful to what is being asked.
Exactly.
You would not want this in any. I guarantee you, if your lawyer got up and did what Candace is doing, you would be like, "Lord, just go ahead and give me the cocktail. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. Give me the cocktail. I'm done. You cooked. You know it. If your child came home from school today and explained what happened when they got in trouble at lunch today, and they explained it like that, you would say, go on and give me Mr. Spanky. Go ahead and go and give me the belt, because you know it. The kid, you know it. This is just deplorable, man. I think he is sympathetic, and I think it's to a fault. To a fault. That's why I think they should have picked a neutral ground to do this. Okay, go ahead, friend.
Oh, no, I agree with you 100%. 100%. They need to be kept in line. Now, Andrew is a professional debater, and he is familiar with the rules, and that's why he tries to reel her back in. Okay, but this is what I'm saying. You're going off into la la land and spinning all of your words and using the most words and doing the most when I asked you this specific question. I didn't ask for a dissertation on that. I just asked you a very simple question, as PBD did. What would it take for you to believe that Tyler did it? Well, you know what? This is what I expected to see. Let me tell you what I was expecting to see. And then you give a 5-minute monologue, never answering the question. He should have stopped her after 30 seconds and been like, this was the question. I didn't ask about that.
And I agree. I don't want Andrew to jump in, because it's going to come across, because Andrew is a very combative debater. He's going to get on you and he's going to give you hell. Let's just tell the truth, right? I don't think he needs to jump on her. Let her just keep lyrically wandering, because when he comes in and jumps on her, she uses some of what he says as a springboard to figure out where she's going to go next. Let her just wander.
That's true.
Let her wander around. I'm sorry. I think Andrew's is poised and handling this quite well, in my opinion. He's holding himself back. Yeah, because I think she's just lost in the sauce, and leave her. And then when she get done, you say, okay, now what did he say with the patsy thing? So with the fingerprints and the DNA? Now, how does that mean that he's a patsy? She wanders around it. She go around the wilderness. She round Jericho 7 times, and then she gets back. And he's like, okay, now how does that mean that he's a patsy? Then she wandered around Mount Everest, all the way around the multiverse. And how does it? I mean, hold her feet to the fire. Don't let her go. I don't care about Erica. I don't care about TPUSA. I want to know the premise of the argument is that Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk. Prove it. All this other stuff. Right. Because you're saying all this stuff that you don't believe. Well, tell me what you do believe. I think Andrew's doing a great job. And I think we're seeing this because we're getting this debate this conversation is going long in the tooth. This is a conversation. This is not a debate.
The weave is getting wide. The weave is getting wide. She's weaving the biggest, doing the most. Yep. And Andrew's just trying to keep it simple. But PBD, he's just, I wonder how much they're paying for this. It's about that money. Yeah, I don't know how much PBD got paid for it, but they lost every dollar that they spent on PBD. They wasted. But you know who didn't waste anything? That's right. For the love of Jesus, said this. PBD is doing nothing, is what I want, because he has nothing to add. Andrew is putting the right amount of pressure. We know how fragile Candace's ego is. As we get longer in this discussion, I'm expecting fireworks this next round, to be honest. Thank you so much for that 5. I'm expecting it. Christelle, thank you so much. Nobody wants PBD to attack Candace. Just keep her on topic. That's it. That's the end of it. Yes. She's dodging Andrew's claims and ranting about unrelated stuff. Moderate the conversation. I agree, because he's just sitting back. And you know what? The only thing I think is wise is that they're not doing the 3-person view when individuals are talking. So when individuals are talking, a lot of the time they zoom in and look at Candace only, or they zoom in and look at Andrew only. Because I'm sure if we could see the 3-person view, I think PBD is playing Jewel Candy Crush on his phone or something, trading stock or something. He's not paying attention. He's playing Tetris. No. Wait, what's the game my kids play? Block Blast. He's playing Block Blast. He's playing Block Blast on his phone. You guys remember
I don't think he's paying attention.
The Nokia. We remember that.
Oh, man.
Remember that was
yeah. All right. This is a shout out to the best live chat. Thank you so much. If Tyler Robinson eventually pled guilty, will Candace believe him?
No.
We've already concluded that she would argue that he was scammed into doing it.
Scammed, Patsy, paid. Not him.
Yep.
This is a clone.
Not him.
This is a shapeshifter. Not kidding. She'll say that. She will absolutely.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Land there. Mm-hmm.
And matter of fact, and watch this. Listen to what they say after this debate. Listen to how they couch Candace's performance. Mm-hmm. And that will tell you exactly what would happen if Tyler Robinson just says, look, y'all, if they take the death penalty off, because I do believe if they take the death penalty off, Tyler Robinson will just come clean.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that. Mm-hmm. So no, but I want him. He deserves the death penalty. But you hear my point. If that were to happen, you'll know exactly what Candace is going to do. Look at how she's going to do after this debate. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, if you think she's done well in this debate, please let me know.
Oh my gosh, she's coming undone. She is coming undone. I'm using.
I agree
because she likes to say when people just tweet like, "I really don't like Candace," she'll say that's emotionally unhinged, and that person has come undone. When she's literally talking a mile a minute, she's self-soothing with her lip biting, with her eyes darting. Girl, your demons are manifest.
I can't wait to see body language people discuss this.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I know I said we were going to cut some of the Candace material out, but this is going to be some well-served stuff. And shout out for real right here. This is an open conversation with the host. And I will say this, though. I will say it's much more civil than I anticipated. I want to say that again. It's not a debate, though, and there are no rules. So I guess you're kind of right. Yeah, because they're not following any debate decorum at all. So,
but can we just? I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but before I forgot it, she's been trying all week to bait Andrew into losing his cool. She's prepped it. She said stuff about his wife. She's mocked him. She released the text message that she sent to Joe Rogan, which was more incriminating on her, made her look absolutely crazy, but she's done it. And now she actually had to show up for this debate. Of course, it's in her own house. And she doesn't know what to do with herself. That's why she's talking in circles and non sequiturs. She's got to just divert the attention from the question and just keep everybody in a fog, because this is the first and probably only time we will ever see her be this pressed. And Andrew doesn't give a rip. And I love him. He's an American hero.
He doesn't. He is. He's a treasure. How much money would, and this is the thing, I think Andrew has done a great job of keeping this main thing the main thing. So SC Dog says this, how much money would the parents have to been paid to send their son to prison, possibly the firing squad? That's Andrew's point. Like if it's even considered, because most of us believe that his parents turned him in. If it's being considered, why is his parents not making it very clear? No, we did not. We are not. At all.
Weren't you?
We did not turn our son in. I
almost fell over when she said, you can't do that because if there's a gag order, you can't do something. Do we all remember, because the internet is forever, how she said, there's a gag order, I plan on violating it. Shut up and sit down, Candace. I will find I will put a compilation together. I vow now to put a super compilation together using her own words to prove her wrong. She does it all the time.
We love it. We need a supercut. Put supercut in the chat, y'all. Put supercut in the chat. Put supercut. We need a supercut. We need a supercut max. Supercut max.
You know, Milk Bar TV is going to be on it. He's on it right now.
He's probably doing it as we speak.
Mm-hmm. Are they back?
No, I'm still. Oh, I'm sitting here watching. I'm sitting here watching. No. I'm telling you, man, she about to go into Braxton Hicks.
Braxton Hacks.
she about to have bricks and hacks. Braxton Hicks, whatever. She about to have contractions. She about to go into premature labor. We're going to Supercut Max.
They're epic, this chat. I love all of you. I'm so happy that this is happening. I keep tweeting or Xing, whatever.
Yeah, what is it called? I don't know.
No, Xing just sounds. But Carrie Baller, is that her name? Carrie Baller posted a very offensive AI photo of Candace in armor with a cross and a cross flag, and said Team Christ is King, which I find offensive.
I find her offensive in 4K.
In 4K.
So, in 4K.
I don't. Oh, you gotta make that a shirt. That's good. Offensive in 4K. I love
it. In 4K. Let's make it happen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're committed to the bit. Yeah, this is going to be something wild, yo. But for real, y'all, thank you so much, everybody. Please make sure you go on my co-host tonight, Edie. Please make sure you check out our channel. If the mods could just make sure we drop that in there, please do that.
Thank you.
If you could. We got Edie X Maxing.
X Maxing. I'm Xing. I'm here on X. I am Loving X.
So technically, you can say you're maxing and then just have an extra X.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I like that. Hold on.
Okay.
Copyright that.
Copyright it. Write it down.
Copyright it. What did my daughter say? Clock it. Clock it. There we go. Clock it.
Clock it.
Don't call me no Zoomer. Don't call me no Zoomer. I'm down. I'm down with what's going on.
I know.
And by that, nobody has ever agreed. Nobody's ever agreed to that.
Only good part of this.
Oh my gosh!
Let me statement. Yeah, Andrew, and I love that she said, "I don't need to give a preamble, and then proceed to give a preamble."
Rant. No, I thought his opening was fine, and I think, but let's just be 100% honest with you. Like we are not. Candace and Andrew are not on the same level. She's arguing her points, and that is what it is. But she's not at the same level of debate and such of that nature. Now we see why Candace does not openly debate people.
Because she sucks at it.
Right. She's not. This is not right. If she can't frame it properly and given the fact that Andrew, I think she already concluded that she was going to get Andrew out of frame and that he was going to be ranting and insulting and all that kind of stuff like that. All right, they're back. Let's go.
Okay.
Talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing. And
there we go.
Evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right,
we're having
but
a
like,
meta
now we're transcending. Like let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right? Okay. So this part to me feels like
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
I want to ask you
if you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're like, Brigitte Macron's questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate.
It's a debate, honey.
Loaded, I'm just direct with
because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They had no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Just talk about transcendentals.
Okay. Anyway. So direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. As far as you know. Can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
Unglued. Type unglued in the chat.
Certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
She's so stupid. She's so
you can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still
it's not a debate.
This is
this is you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So you can have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told.
Where the police?
Over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
Be quiet.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Where's the police?
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do.
Good.
Which is when people say this I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls you and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and
who
you
is
say,
the
well,
person?
What I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence?
Where's the police?
I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
So
I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything.
How do you know you didn't know him before?
I reported exactly as I received it. I'm not trying to embarrass
you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me?
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Yeah.
Can you give me the context?
Can anybody else finish the sentence?
What are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
No, why you?
Where's your question?
You think it.
Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him.
Where's Israel, baby?
He was, so into LGBTQ issues. Since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues. Because
but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel.
No, you're not.
Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said.
Well, she wants you to watch that show.
Why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior. Or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place.
Relevant.
And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this.
But what is the positive evidence?
We cannot say for certainty
that
Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like positive evidence
just have
would
a
be
conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which
what
would
we've
point
said is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli
what
AI
did you
photo
do
on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the
Oh
murder
my
of
gosh!
Charlie Kirk,
I can't, guys.
Dang, you a liar!
I can't.
The lies you
So
tell.
then you don't believe that they did.
Oh wait, no, he's going to do it.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay. Why did you kill your husband?
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't know what the video is.
I hope.
It's the
compilation. Please let it be.
It's the kill.
It's
the kill their leader.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
If they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to
play it.
Yeah.
What's happening? Why isn't the clip? The shirt.
My guess.
Look at her face.
Is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Full confidence.
Also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that
French
Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not the United States government.
But you don't have any positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think. I just tell you, yes, I think they are involved.
That's a claim.
No, I said, here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence for your claim.
In this statement, I literally just said, I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you're
allowed to think, but you're making a claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with this statement? I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did say I think.
It's with
convinced. You said you were convinced.
You would think that if you had full confidence.
You have confidence to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence. I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew.
That's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
I'm going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
What are you going to tell? What are you going to tell?
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think
that everyone else
with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm allowed to think
to this debate.
It's not exactly
pertinent
to this debate.
It's 100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
these are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually. Would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things?
I said feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to think.
I'm not structuring how you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want. Nobody's disputing that. I'm asking.
It seems like you are disputing it. I think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you
what is your thought. How'd you come to there?
Structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why I think dripping.
That? Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So,
no, we don't.
For example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But so there's good reason to doubt this.
It's not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So
like
then
against
you go,
the French government.
Prove that. Well, how can you prove that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well, that's not what I'm probing specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say it. If
I'm not trying to regulate anything. I'm asking very pertinent questions.
You're sounding a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Victim.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
It is that you guys have prepared. So
but I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think
you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. I said I can explain it to you. I can't understand it for you.
Did that same higher up tell you that he was going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
yes. When you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office. Are you?
Why didn't you call the police?
Giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, "Here's what I heard from somebody."
And I have this.
Come on, PBD.
This information, and of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into
Someone pulled a clip where she said, I probably should have filed an official report.
The email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have information, that the French
Foreign Legion was
on the ground during Charlie's assassination. And that, it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information as possible.
Can I ask a question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case because so
she said they replied back.
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. It
seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not. Never did.
I think those are two different things. That's more something
totally different claims.
Why are they not reaching out?
Good job.
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
That's not our question.
That, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody.
He's asking for evidence.
To contact the source.
They probably didn't think it was actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA and had a relationship with Charlie? No, her relationship. This isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but we don't know who the source is. We don't know any of this.
Well, then if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your guys?
There's no guarantee they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
How could they if they didn't come get the information? More of the information. It was a long file.
Yeah. This is a separate. This has got nothing to do with the debate. This is more on.
Well, I sent the email assuming that you go and
they didn't take the bait.
I think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this."
And you said you got an email back.
No, I'm asking, did you send them the source of the claim?
Especially because this was at a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But
so actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask one question.
Dan gonna get on her about that.
Dan Bongino. And Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow-up to that is the following. If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Those are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal government.
He did make a report. He sent a text.
Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of
she does not look good here.
We are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now,
based on what?
In terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices,
and they come to you.
Departments that were involved that day all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were,
and they come to you, Candace.
At the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Who are they?
Allowed to have sources.
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit.
No, that wasn't, no.
What I say is
that was a video
and nobody knew those things. People are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes.
Which are retards.
That's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven
nobody said
in
that.
The market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now.
Well,
how would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done. How would that,
talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos. Never before since the public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? If I just like...
Well,
as a question.
Aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
Like
just right here.
If you want people to come in and answer questions for you, I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
okay. So Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But isn't that a double?
Here comes
a double standard.
No, it's not because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about.
No,
I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA.
Nope.
So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people act like I'm ground zero.
I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica
I don't know why you brought her in there.
Participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase.
What does that mean?
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example.
The backpack.
They gave back the backpack. They gave back the
that doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation.
Nobody cares about your comfort.
There's $100 million incentive. This is
$100 million
incentive. What I'm saying is his organization, it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor.
Yeah, but what was
your team wants to play video? If you don't mind, there's a video they want to play.
I love his team.
Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that,
fire in the hole.
Yeah.
And so right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say,
so mad.
I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because
those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death.
You said complicit.
You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes, so sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips, like I said.
Oh, come on.
Well, tell me, what does that mean? What does complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? This is why I did not engage in any Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know.
You're going to wait.
It feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Complicit in what is what he's asking.
Let me finish my sentence. I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says,
that's true?
Well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her,
I'm sorry, I don't
directly, her lawyer
that.
directly, the phone's in between us.
Because we have no way
wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's
complicit
in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
That Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context
and
make
strategy?
It that she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond.
No
is it doctored?
I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting
what are you talking about?
Actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. For sure. And the fact that she lied to me. Okay. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly.
You didn't want to have it publicly.
You really didn't.
Some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
I'm sure. In the meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this. And because I didn't know what
you're being ganged up on. Okay.
I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization. And I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find the love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie.
That's actually a good question.
And him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his
wingman
throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious that I really need to get to know this person. And so it was
she's so stupid.
Kind of normal that by that time,
she's so important
in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah,
go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah, so when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was
explain
retarded?
what I asked first.
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after
answer his question though?
Headquarters, because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
I call you retarded all the time.
That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, babe.
Usually when
but what's complicit?
Being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
he's another biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters. You go into the headquarters. Mm-hmm. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Right.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too.
Yeah.
I'm both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages?
At what point did you say he was complicit?
In your opening statement.
Oh, I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths.
Come on.
That perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said
give it to
that
me.
This is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So
you called her a killer.
So I think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
A Black Widow.
Well,
they just don't have the courage to have the conveation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any evidence of that claim?
It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if
talking about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely take a look. It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica.
He still is.
And now you're
consistent.
Sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica. Have you ever been
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
Hunter Biden.
The inverse happened too. I was less critical about Erica and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Anna Kasparian.
Too retarded. I feel like if
answer the question,
dumb, and let's just talk about your record.
No,
you're a person.
You said she wasn't intelligent.
And
you said she was not intelligent. You said
manosphere, talking about
It's not part of the manosphere.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay,
and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually
you're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared.
A comparison that cannot be compared. It's crazy.
Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization over?
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
No. Wait a second. That's bizarre.
They don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right? And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it's both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA. That is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
Wow.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified.
There's always objective.
To take over his
so you're saying she's too
stupid.
Stupid.
Outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified
So you're saying she's stupid?
to run the organization, and
she's unintelligent.
On the more emotional aspect, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion. I'm not gonna say it's scientific.
How did we get here?
Any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, thank you.
I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
You didn't answer it.
It's complicit. Your team is asking to play a clip, so if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
What?
Who said this?
He's a lunatic.
That was that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay.
Oh.
They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Wow.
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but,
I didn't prepare the clips, but
I think
I didn't, but it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to.
Is that really
here, because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical
what are you
right
talking
here.
about?
And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?"
He's actually asking you
trying to make sure.
Out of respect,
do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that's why that.
What do you determine?
Theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. Mm-hmm. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every
answer the question,
that looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward.
Okay,
we
answer
have
the question.
Former Marines that have gotten on.
Oh my gosh, she cannot answer a question.
An explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was
Rob O'Neill was the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
But he wants to know what you think.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense.
You said I saw my friend catch a bullet.
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Mm-hmm. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. Yeah. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much
she acts like
2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you. And
so it went from 3,000 to 1,500.
Right.
I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say, I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
But he's more qualified than you.
He's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere.
Right.
It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air,
you don't know anything, Candace.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence,
you can fact check it.
Your
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
It wasn't underneath this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath the shirt.
The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine, yeah.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow.
Didn't break.
His necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here. And then the next thing you know, there's the entry
on
his neck. I would not
she can be
confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months and ask those sorts of questions of how shape charge.
Why don't you answer it?
I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this.
Mm-hmm. John Bray.
I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So
it doesn't
that's
matter.
She really wants John Bray to come.
John Bray. Of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical.
Finally.
I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Yeah. Why did doctors say that he was shot with a bullet and not some kind of shape-shifting charger?
General Holmes, a lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow.
That's kind of lame.
Didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up, and then
what?
I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later.
Wow.
Then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which
she's a Christian.
Says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions.
That's
and they
why
mock
she
people
wants
by saying,
to play
I'm
this
just
clip.
asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to.
Those are stupid questions.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there.
Right.
So
I'm just saying he said he's shot people up close, and he's
And?
never seen a shirt move
dispute.
like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's
because
not
we slowed it
what he
down.
saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
when
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
Neither's yours, honey.
If we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think
any of them.
Yeah,
you really haven't.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back.
Oh, 3.5 minutes. My left toe.
All right, you guys. I want to tell you about Ethos.
3.5 minutes. My left toe. All right, what you got, Edie? What you got?
I didn't think I was going to get this angry. It's just the condescension in her voice. It's the complete lack of self-awareness, and the fact that she holds people to her standard that she herself cannot meet.
Correct.
When she refuses to answer the question, when he said, why do you get to expect answers from someone, but no one can expect answers from you? Why is that okay for you to ask questions and expect an answer, but then when I'm asking you a question and expect an answer, you don't owe me an explanation? So you're holding someone to a standard of answering your questions, but you yourself don't hold yourself to that standard. She's the biggest hypocrite I've ever witnessed in my entire existence. And she's mighty proud of the way that she turned out. She just is. And it's infuriating. I'm actually infuriated. But I will say this about Andrew. This guy is a professional debater. He's not swayed. He keeps his cool. And she's just prepping her audience already. They were already tweeting that they were worried for her safety and the baby's safety and blah, 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 blah. She's already positioned herself to be a victim of this deposition, the interrogation.
Whatever you want to call it, right?
All of it. And she actually thinks that she has answered questions. She thinks that she's given answers, guys.
So I like this as well. I really wish this was a true debate with proper debate decorum and rules.
Yeah.
Because I think we would watch Candace fold up like a napkin in a heartbeat if that were the case. However, for what we are getting, I'm going to go with it. I do wish that I know that Andrew is playing it kind and such like that. How was school? Okay, you feel okay? Go take a nap. Bye. Love you. I probably am fine with that. Shout out to him. But I know he's playing nice with her, if you will. But I wish that he would hold her feet to the fire as it relates to certain things. However, I mean, more feet to the fire, even more. Let her ramble. Let her wander around, Jericho. Let her wander around the promised land. Let her wander around the wilderness, and then say, okay, but you still didn't explain what complicit means. Okay, yeah. But why? I think he could keep doing that. It's driving her crazy.
Yeah.
Because she thinks in the abundance of words, there's safety, but it's not. In the abundance of words, there's sin. And she just be lying. She's starting to lie.
There it is. There it is.
So I'm fine with the way that he's handling this. Again, now I'm going to have to say this though. Moving forward, Andrew, we know that you don't have to behave certain ways that we've seen you behave. I'm looking at you, Andrew. You don't have to use all that profanity like you do. It's clear you don't have to do that.
I know.
So I'm just saying, it's not like you're hardwired to it. You can actually be like, you can behave differently, Andrew. You can behave differently. I like you though.
I do. I like it.
So, but anyway, I think he's doing a good job. And I do think he's exposing her weaknesses. I think he's leaving some things out there enough so that he can build on it when he goes on the show tonight or when he goes on the show this weekend. He's got a lot to build. He's got a lot to build from. So I'm going to give him credit for that for sure. But he needs to start. Yeah, but see, the thing is, no, she wants to do that. That's the problem. Go back and watch that Blair White interview, the Blair White quote unquote debate with her and Dave Rubin. She wants that unhinged chaos, and he's not doing it. He's not giving it to her, and that's what she's not happy about because she wants him to keep. She wants him going back and forth, us arguing, blah, 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 just sounding like cackling hens. That's what she wants. He's not doing that, and therein is the problem. But you know what You know it's not a problem?
What?
Willie Doc dropping a 5. Appreciate both of you all enduring this. Keep doing the Lord's work. Edie and Jwhit. Shout out to
God.
Thank you, man.
Praise the living God.
What she say here?
So good.
Y'all are killing me with this makeup. Y'all said her makeup person needs to be fired.
They hate her.
It's a bad shade.
Salty Sarah, they hate her. They hate her. What are you
I don't
doing?
think they like her.
Give her some gloss.
I hope her fans now understand this is fan fiction.
Oh no, they're ride or die. They're ride or die for her right now. Like the normies, they can see it. Oh, I heard myself. I heard an echo. Oh, never replied.
Are you talking to yourself? Never replied, meaning someone's changed his thoughts. Right. And I think this is a good point as well. Like there's so many things that have been said. Have you ever changed your mind about something? Well, I have also had the inverse. But no, have you ever changed your mind about you thought something bad and he's found out something better? He didn't ask you the inverse. Mm-hmm. I'm glad that you had the inverse experience, but that's not what I asked you. Mm-hmm. And I think Andrew, now I wouldn't mind him coming back to some of those. We'll see.
I think he will.
I don't, and I really hope. Well, I think he will. I pray and hope that they don't give Candace opportunities to sit there and ask asinine, stupid questions. Because, Andrew asked questions for the last hour. I'm hoping that they don't come back the other way and let her just ask questions because I'm going to probably fall asleep because I don't care.
It's so sad. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for her a little bit.
For sure.
And just that she's so self-aware and she really thinks she's right. That's just evidence that she's not well. Like she's in anyway. It's embarrassing.
So Gigi, let me tell you what I think is happening here with this name dropping thing. She's dropped more names than I've counted at least 10 and I wasn't even trying. I think she wants other people to get caught into the fray. Mm-hmm. So this is like the big mouth kid on the playground talking big, saying my big brother, my big sister, my big cousin gonna come beat you up. My auntie gonna come get you. My uncle in a gang. They just keep trying to bring as many. My uncle in a gang. My daddy gonna get you when he get out of jail. Everything. Like she really wants other people to be involved in this. She does not want this smoke individually. But she got a little bit shook when Andrew said sure. When she said you can debate the guy, the Green Beret, he said sure. And she was like, oh, like sure, we can do that too. I'll talk to him. So I do think that's problematic for her. Shout out to SC Dog right here with the 5. There's a reason she was kicked out at a young age, right? Manipulation, condescension. And her I'm always right attitude were probably factors. She said that as a child, she was like that as a very young child. She would never take no for an answer. And she would just keep asking. She would always question it. So, so the bad thing is that she hasn't outlived her being a 4-year-old. So we're looking at a 40-year-old, 4-year-old. Somewhere around there. I don't know how. That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, she's basically 40.
Yeah. And she's 4.
Yeah. 40 going on 4.
That's right. And she won't answer them. For real. So I do think it's going to be interesting since this is Friday. She's going to be tweeting all weekend. And Monday she'll come back on her show. Whereas Andrew will be doing a show probably tonight.
Yeah.
So he'll probably be doing a show from the road. He'll be like, look, I'm in the Airbnb. We got to talk about this.
One of her people already said, I hope this doesn't result in a miscarriage.
Don't be surprised.
God forbid if she's really pregnant.
I don't know. I'm not real good at discerning it, but it doesn't look like 7. I'm not getting 7 months there, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Shout out to all moms. Y'all, I'm just a dude. I play my role. I play my position.
A dude playing another dude.
Right.
You see that movie?
No, what is that?
Tropic Thunder.
What did it say?
I'll send you the clip. This has definitely been longer than 3 minutes.
Oh, they on black people time. I don't know what they're doing. I'm here to offend people today. I'm here to defend people. All right, let's do another drawing. Let's go.
Ooh.
All right. I forget who the first person was. Natasha? We got Chrissy up in the building. Email management, Chrissy. Jwhit at jwhit.com. Make sure you email management. We got you something special. Email management. All right. How much more gas you got in the tank?
I'm here for the long haul.
She said, look, I'm here for it.
I'm here for the long haul. But I'm on your time.
Oh no, I'm here.
Okay.
Chief executive is driving, so I don't have to go nowhere. She don't go to work.
I don't really love how this is no longer a debate. This is a conversation. No, I didn't pay you for a conversation. I paid for a debate.
They still waiting. They don't black people time. And if you're offended, I don't want you to be offended.
Nobody cares. You know what? Don't be offended. Gosh.
What's my co-host's name? She's Edie Rogan.
Yes.
It's Edie Lowe in the building. Shout out.
Edie Marie.
Edie Marie, also known as
Edie Lowe, Edie Marie.
Candyland Biker Babe 7000. You got a lot of aliases, by the way.
I do. And Rhonda. Rhonda. But Rhonda is different from Candyland Biker Babe. She's more fun-loving. Still ride or die for Candy, but more fun-loving. Likes to have a good time. Is trying to loosen Candyland Biker Babe up. They will eventually have a fight.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Will it be like one of the? I don't even want to know. I don't want to know how this works.
You'll just have to wait for it.
Yeah, I gotta wait for it. We'll wait for it. Sure enough. They on Hispanic time? Are Hispanic people generally tardy too?
I guess Lebanese people are tardy as well. I'm always late.
Oh. Look, at this point in the game, it's fair to say everybody in the studio, in Candace's studios, is tardy. Yeah.
Tardy.
Fill in the blanks. It's a party to be tardy. Shout out to y'all. Okay, so
tardy party.
It's a tardy party. All right. $300,000 conversation. Well, that's about she's charged $1,400 a minute.
No, it's $1,500 a minute.
For what?
For her, what is it called? It's not Cameo. Is it Cameo? Who posted it?
$1,500 a minute?
Hold on, wait, we'll find it right now. Why?
Are you for real? Man.
Let me find it. I have it right here on deck. I was bewildered. Oh, wait, no. Paleo.
That's a great question.
What?
How does she lose no support willingly taking $300,000 in cash? Well, I hope people start thinking about like, man, hold on, wait. Let me make sure I got this right. I'm over here supporting her. And she got 300 racks, as the kids like to say. And yeah, okay. Y'all just keep rocking with that. This was a nothing burger. Then from the lips of the CNN guy. I can understand why you say that. I think it was better than I anticipated because, again, I thought it wasn't going to even work. Wait, they're back.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
No.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk All right,
Well,
Erica, you could just sit down with me, Erica, but we could do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah, sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Oh,
straight to jail for questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
Verifiable.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned.
So she can be tongue in cheek.
I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling from my show.
We deserve the truth.
So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever unless you have another clip.
But if you say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
just kind of filling the air.
If your entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
Based on what?
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either.
But what? So, based on what?
Like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air.
Well, to my knowledge,
because Turning Point's like we want.
To my knowledge,
make sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair. We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
expressly said that I was going to bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you would want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. That's
not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange, that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context lists with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing hang on. There's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, hold on. We were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
Then why are you bringing Erica in there?
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've said.
We got through,
and like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general perception
I don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
Your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I think quite a few of them were. Was there 3
just made
Ericas
it up?
Or 4?
So you're just making stuff up?
Can we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah,
3. I said 4.
But those are extraordinary claims. That's which is why you were asked about them.
Well,
right?
Okay. But the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out yours.
Claim them.
No, they're not claims. When you tweet claims. Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever. And then you move on.
That's a claim and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
It was tongue in cheek.
Yes,
just like you
sure.
said.
That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
Well, your team has one more clip they want to play from 7 days ago.
Sorry.
They got one more clip.
We were getting into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
It's absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
I don't know.
I don't know. Are we watching something?
I don't know.
Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean, can I ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
not really? I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to
done
have
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or no?
He said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay.
Right. I think it's fair. I mean, that's what they were talking about.
He's crazy.
Just
okay, beautiful.
Trash it. Oh. It's time for her to go into labor. Some Brixton hacks. We need some Brixton hacks up in here.
We need the Jeopardy
team told me they had it. So
that's what I heard. Okay. There we
Come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay. Because Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the towel. It's fine. Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle. And to be clear, Lance Twiggs' DNA was not as degraded as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you also said, it's not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've already, that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we should show that text message that you read, just because I think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text.
So you're going to read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll show it on my show.
It's like you didn't show the text message for you.
Can I ask why?
Because
I want to drip out the evidence. Drip out that evidence. Keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, I'll release it there. That's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence, or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like, right. Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the counter.
Capital murder.
Really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
Capital murder.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up. I can do that.
Name them.
Oh, don't put your fingers up.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death
Okay.
sentence in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally
Aggravated murder. That's fine.
So just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined, and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to.
They're reading it into her ear.
I'm just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them. And I'm going to say again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
You know they're reading those in her ears.
Are for witness tampering. And
what's the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay,
perfect.
Got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just said aggravated murder.
Aggravated murder.
That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or
that's what
somebody
you do all
puts
the time.
Your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through.
Aggravated. Sound like they read them.
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm.
She knew them straight down the line.
Of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7
violent
offense in the presence of a minor.
In front of a child.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it.
No.
Because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go.
Where's your phone, babe?
You're the moderator. Take it.
Let's
see if anyone was texted at all during this debate.
All right.
About the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You have full permission.
I don't want to.
Phone.
Who cares?
The last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3 of them to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All I have is Signal. You can check that too.
What's that?
I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And that was a download for Russia.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. I don't need to I deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend to know
if you
stuff.
deeply care about the case, I just
oh my gosh.
My other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your questions.
So nothing there.
Yeah,
he asked you before about that and you never answered.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said
you said I have the
person
receipt.
Who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
all I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt.
I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
So you don't have a copy of the receipt?
Yeah, right, with blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah,
but,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
but is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
Approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that
Stay tuned.
Having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule. For sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding you. I'm just asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip. And
so should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want. And we do.
You can do what you want, sure. But I'm asking, should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should.
Why?
You don't think that falls under...
And then you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
what's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
I'm actually all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation be?
I wonder what's on her shirt.
Somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and
Daddy's
confirming
home
it.
Shabbat
Yes,
Shalom. Is that the shirt she's wearing?
If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary
his
hearing.
Camera died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
Who do you think planted it?
Who planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before.
So who did it?
He got up there. I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get it just seems like you
I'm not adding
hold you hold the prosecution to a higher standard than you do to people.
I'm not adding unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show.
You made it at home.
That's sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official
She's looking at PBD like save me.
Includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So
I wonder why.
It's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed.
They got flock cameras.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following combo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
Splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean
you
that
don't know
at all.
any of
That's
the charges
ridiculous.
that are against him when this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's ridiculous.
A death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Right. Who else could it be? Who else?
That you offered to
I agree.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again.
All the time.
She says, this is the longest 13 hours. This is 13 and a half hours. The requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork.
Shout out to Chrissy.
That's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever
Great.
You want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break.
Man,
we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
You know what? I think it was very appropriate. Hold on. Why isn't that moving? Okay, there we go. I think it was very appropriate. Edie, he said 3.5 minute break. Edie, he said 3.5 minute break. That was right on the button. That was right on the button. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Chrissy. 1996 is a stream sponsor. And she gets a 3-minute break. She gets a 3-minute break. Put 1996 in the chat.
Don't make me laugh. I'm fatigued by this.
Oh my God.
By this. She's never.
Okay.
She doesn't have any self-awareness.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me what your thoughts are.
It's embarrassing. It's just so embarrassing, and she's never outgrown her middle school attitude at all.
No,
every single thing that she said has been dripping with disdain and condescension and mockery, and the projection
is right.
For her to say, if you want to act like you're a serious person, do you really? You're the one who reintroduced Blue's Clues to the masses.
Yeah.
and you want to be taken seriously as a serious person, and then make it seem like Andrew is stupid. Oh.
I think it internally pains her to treat people decently.
Yeah.
I think she really, I mean, we could disagree. And I've had people on this channel that I vehemently disagree with. Mm-hmm. But I try my best. And sure, I'm snarky. Sure, I can be a little bit of a, sphincter muscle surrounding a void, my own self. But for the most part, I try to at least treat them like a equal. Mm-hmm. Even though I might think I'm right in my position, I think I'm smarter than them, I'm still going to treat you like a equal. I don't think that she does. I don't think she even sees Andrew in the same, dare I say, even in the same zip code as her, that he is an equal individual, an image bearer of Christ that deserves a semblance of respect. And she, I mean, from the word go. Now, sure, did he call her out about her dreams in his opening salvo? Absolutely. But let's just be honest. Like, why are you acting like that's a weird statement? That's not a weird statement. Mm-hmm. If I just said that, go ahead.
And but it's because she presented it as though it were divine information from the living God, from God Almighty, that he provided divine insight to you. And that's how you presented it to the world. And you don't expect people to then include it. You've talked about your dreams and visions, that Charlie's in purgatory, that you've astral projected, the time traveling of it all. You, Candace, brought that. It's not people just pulling that out of the sky and trying to make fun of you. She has said all of these things and used it to defend her point that Erica, Turning Point USA, everyone, Israel, the French Foreign Legion was complicit, even though she refuses to define what complicit in what. I forgot where I was going with this. The whole thing is just, it's preposterous. And I agree with you that because she doesn't think that he's an equal. Just as recently as a few days ago, she said that she's never seen such low class, referring to Andrew and his wife, and she's known people who've lived in trailer parks.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
I did not hear that specifically, but
she said it, and she does not believe that he is worthy of respect. She's mocked him this entire time.
Yeah. And so the whole time. And so that's why I would love for this to have been like a structured debate format. This wasn't terrible. I'll give you that. This wasn't terrible at all. It just wasn't what I was hoping for. I was really hoping for that structured debate format, but I'm gonna give it to him. I don't think it's bad. If I had to put them in order, I think Andrew did a way better job than I anticipated, especially staying within frame, because I really thought he was gonna come unglued. I really thought he was gonna come unglued, and he held it together. It is a horse race.
I'm going to drip it out. Did you?
Right, and I think it's fine. And you know what? That's fine. I mean, who can be mad? You cannot be, if you are a Candace supporter, you cannot be upset that he said, "I'm gonna drip it out." You can't, because she does that all the time. If he had said, "Stay tuned to my show on Monday, I'll share it with you," you can't get upset. No. You cannot be upset. That's exactly what she does all the time. But I will say this, though. I think Candace and PBD are fighting, clawing to be the worst participant in this show. I don't know who's more useless. I don't know who's more useless. I think PBD is probably a little bit more useful. So I'm going to have to give it to PBD for second place. But Candace is definitely unequivocally third to the 30th power place in uselessness. Like, what the heck are you doing?
And let's remember that Andrew, he proposed like a structured debate. He wanted them each to have a time limit.
That's what I wanted.
The rules for a standard debate. And she said, no, we're not going to do that. We don't need to do that. We're going to have a conversation. Andrew reinforced, no, this isn't a conversation. This is a debate. And this is what usually happens in a debate. So she put the kibosh on that this entire time because she knew she wouldn't survive a debate. And so now this is her opportunity to position herself as the victim. She's been berated. A pregnant woman has been berated by Smokey Man, and
Smokey Man.
He did a terrible job. Smokey Man bad.
Smokey Man bad.
Even though this was a debate, it wasn't a family reunion.
It's a oh wait, they're back already.
Thank God.
Uh-oh.
It's maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're
3 minutes.
Andrew fan.
No, it's not a fan.
And you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary.
She didn't give any positions.
For all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows.
I think it's on time delay.
This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them.
She was
for having to
paid,
sit down and before the final thoughts.
Yeah,
make sure you guys hear that from me as well.
It wasn't a good faith.
Inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts to say, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing.
I would have started with Candace.
All of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it was just funning. It's just funning.
It's just funning.
Or yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine.
Yes,
on top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies.
She
got zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA.
We making her mad.
Very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
I love him a lot.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong. on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character.
You brought her up.
Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I
wasn't a debate
on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up. And that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths, I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator, I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted, but I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won. If you did, support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into the future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said,
he really
thank you, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
All right, that is the end of it. Woo! All right, Edie, give me your final word. What is your perspective on this?
The only one who can change her is Jesus Christ. I pray that she's granted repentance, because she's so deeply rooted in her delusion that there's no changing her mind, and she continues the conditioning. She's very skilled at that conditioning. This is why people trust me. People trust me. I have a rapport with my audience. We, all of it. She's dangerous. She is a dangerous individual, and if she keeps on with her rhetoric, she has already put Erica in danger.
Facts.
And she doesn't care. She doesn't care. And she doesn't care about Charlie, just so you are aware.
Yeah. Right. Charlie be dang. She don't care about Charlie. Nope. I'm going to say, again, this was not a proper debate, even by a mile. So it is what it is. It's not a proper debate at all. what I will say is it wasn't a proper debate because we can't say it was this question right here, who won? We should be able to quickly and be able to all say someone X won, Y won. But I don't even think it was a debate. I don't know what we watched, to be honest with you. It was just it's a conversation, sure. This is a little bit more subtle barbershop debate. That was barbershop talk. That was literally a little bit more subtle. It was beauty salon talk. So that being the case, I don't think it was a proper. Don't call it a debate. It was a conversation. I'm gonna probably change the title of this. It was the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson conversation. Talk. Sit down. It wasn't a debate. Convo. Yeah, they had a little convo. They had a little collab with PBD. Yes. So I don't think it was a proper debate. I don't think that she wasn't held to actually answer the premise which is she believes that Tyler Robinson was a patsy. She's the one that introduced a lot of other theories in there. Again, Turning Point, Erica Kurt, she brought that in there. And she could have stuck with why he was a patsy or how she concluded that he was a patsy. And that didn't happen. It wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad conversation because I do think it showed a lot. A lot of people saw how terrible of a thinker Candace is. But I just don't think it was exactly what we anticipated. But
and
go ahead. Go ahead.
She said, I'm pretty sure I won this. She said, I'm pretty sure I won. But that just, again, speaks to her delusion because she actually did herself a disservice because we can prove her wrong with her own clips. We can prove everything wrong by using her own words. So what she's done is open the door for people to clip different portions of this conversation and then superimpose her previous comments on it. But she will still never say that she was wrong in any way.
Well, she said that she owns it. She told him that she always owns it, which is a lie. That's not true at all. But you know what? We can double it back and say, not only did she didn't win it per se. She only did it for $300,000. So even in that, like, man, the only reason you sat down with him, you're not super noble because you sat down with Andrew Wilson. They paid you 300 racks in order to get you to do it. That's crazy work.
Yeah,
$300,000. Right.
You wanted 500.
I think most of us would probably sit down with. Yeah, we'd probably sit down with a whole bunch of people. For $300,000 for 3 hours, I'll probably sit down with a whole bunch of people. Right.
I know.
All I gotta do is stand on top of my head for 30 minutes for 3 hours. I could probably do that. So yeah, it's just wild. I don't think this is, and I know the interweb is going to be going crazy, and such like that. Now, I will say this though: the people that won is the best live chat on the internet, the most electrifying comment section, because y'all were here. So those are the ones who won. Y'all won, even though we sort of kind of lost.
And we got to hang out, everyone. We all got to hang out together and endure this misery
together.
The
best way to do it. I don't think we would have did it anyway.
Oh no, I could have done it by myself. Are you kidding me?
This is some group therapy. What did Chrissy say here? I mean, SC Dog said this. Tracy Martin still waiting for an apology. How is that owning it? That's a great point. See, she doesn't. She just says stuff. Candace just says stuff. And I agree with Victoria right here. PBD is biased toward Candace. I agree.
Agreed.
I mean, you see, whenever she got stuck, she would look over to her left, toward him.
Yeah, like help me.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree with you 100%. That's why I think they should have been a neutral place, even if they were in Nashville, just being like in a neutral studio with a neutral moderator.
But she refused. She would never agree.
Right. Like you could have rented a studio in Nashville. I'm sure there's a podcasting studio in Nashville that you could have used and had this without being in your own place. And I do want to point out again, and let's just tell the truth, y'all. They all had earpieces. They all had. Andrew had one on the right, and Candace had one on the left. So that earpiece, that little recitation of all of Tyler Robinson's charges, I'm sorry. The fact that you read them off verbatim in order, ma'am, at least do them backwards. At least jump around. She recited them.
Around.
She recited them from 1 to 7. Ma'am, ma'am, ma'am. All of them. Didn't skip a beat.
All of them.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Like, just let it go.
Charges 1.
It's okay.
Charges 2 and 3, or 3 and 4, 5.
Yeah, 3 and 4. Okay. And she, because she recited them just like they were on the charging document. Like, come on, man. Yes. 3 and 4? You couldn't say 3, 4?
Right.
Yeah, okay, got you. Yeah, earpiece won. That's who it is. Whoever did the earpiece company is the one that won. Because they, yeah. But that was all right. Okay, y'all, on a scale of 1 to 10, all I'm going to ask y'all to do is just put a number in the chat. On a scale of 1 to 10, rate this conversation, and I'll find Milk Bar while y'all are doing that. So flood the chat, 1 to 10, rate the conversation. What did Milk Bar say? By the way, I don't know what did Nathan say? I got to look up.
I don't know. He's been posting clips, just showing how stupid she is.
Oh my gosh, he already has clips from this.
I love him.
You said it though. You did say it, remember?
Yeah, he's already
You said it. Oh, wow. Milk Bar is undefeated. I mean,
he really is.
Goodness gracious. Okay, are y'all flooding with
all that he's doing? Yes.
Milk Bar, goodness gracious, Nathan. Hold on, let me go over here. This guy right here is absolutely Oh, I lost audio to that. Sorry about that. Hold on 1 second. All right. I lost audio to it. Okay, now I think I got it. This guy already has a clip.
I know.
Now, granted, he's in the future, technically, because, it's Saturday over there in Australia. All right. It's Saturday. All right. He's in the future. He's amazing. Hey, let me give him a big screen. And real quick, let's just double check. Can y'all hear this? Green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to.
Can y'all hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. All right, let me back it up. Big screen. All right, give me your, and also make sure you vote. Tell me what your perception of this. Somebody says 0. Good gracious, man. Hey, 0? I mean, at least PBD had a nice suit jacket on. Good gracious, man. Can he get a little credit? All right, here it comes.
I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And, I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Full confidence.
I also...
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that...
Yeah, I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Mm-hmm. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not the United States government. But you don't have any
positive evidence of that.
Okay. Right? Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying. You keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are involved.
That's a claim.
No, I said, here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence for your claim.
In this statement, I literally just said, I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah, you're allowed to think, but you're making a claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I agree. So, nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but you have what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
Evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said that it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full confidence,
you have confidence to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence. I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew.
That's how you would know whether or not you have full confidence.
Hang
on, let me finish.
Linda.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do.
They're allowed to think that. To this debate.
Actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
I'm not structuring how you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want. Nobody's disputing that. I'm asking.
It seems like you are disputing it. I think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them?
Edie, that's why they watch the podcast. Edie, they watch the podcast, y'all.
Oh my
gosh. Shout out to Milk Bar TV again. Milk Bar with the win.
He really is. I love him a lot.
He's undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, man.
He has an anger management session coming up with Candyland Biker Babe 7000.
I love it. He needs to.
Yes, he's fantastic.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, okay. Did you vote? What were your overall 1 to 10? What were your thoughts? Did you put it in the chat?
I didn't put it in I can't type because then I will probably get kicked off. I haven't touched the laptop, you see.
Okay. Here, what's your I'll type it in. What's your
how good
the overall conversation?
Oh, okay. The overall conversation was, I'll say a 7 because it was enjoyable to see Candace be pressed in real time.
In real time, I'll give you that.
Not through her keyboard, but in real time. And Andrew didn't give a rip about any of it. He kept asking her, even though she didn't answer everything. It did prove that she's incapable of answering anything.
I concur 100%. All right, so Edie said a 7. I'm giving the whole thing a 6. Let's give him a 6.
That's fair.
Yeah. I think, again, a true debate style would have been phenomenal because we're cruising on 5 hours. Yeah. I would have rathered 3.5 hours of a true debate format where you have this time, you were in rebuttal, you can cross-examine, final question. I mean, I would have rathered that than nothing at all, but this is better than nothing at all.
It's better than
I thought, right. And I think, again, she was pressed. She was definitely irritated. George is definitely going to be hiding in the closet for the rest of the weekend because she's going to go around and kick him.
But she did mention him maybe 3 times.
She did.
At the beginning. Right?
Yeah.
That was more than I've heard her mention him in like 3 whole months.
Well, I think, and this is a great point. Somebody said Andrew's whole life is going to be doxxed. 10-episode expose. Well, the problem is he's already put it out there. Yeah. So he put it out there already that he knew that this was going to happen. So if it does happen, all he's going to do is capitalize on it and say, I told you this was going to happen. And Andrew is a troll's troll. Mm-hmm. So he is going to step in there. He's going to lean in on it. He's going to, do whatever to protect his family and so forth. But I really don't think he cares about any of the salacial, skeletons in their closet because everybody knows about them. So what are you going to tell? What's Candace Spears going to say?
They can't hurt him. He's already been dragged through the mud. So she has no power against him or over him.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I can't disagree. I can't disagree, JB2. I'm not disagreeing at all.
Mm-hmm.
But if Candace was really about that life and she really had points and evidence, first of all, I don't think we would have had to question where the position was, because she would have been already willing and able to posture those positions and let us know what they were.
Mm-hmm.
And because she didn't, I think we knew what we were getting, so we got what we got.
We did get what we got.
Woo! That was different. All right. I'm pretty sure I am not going to come back tonight and do a follow-up, but I might do a follow-up tomorrow. We might do a follow-up tomorrow. If I do, I'll reach out to you, Edie. Maybe we'll have you come on.
Okay.
And get a couple others, and maybe we'll do that. Or maybe we'll go to somebody else's house. I don't know.
Maybe.
But maybe it's so. Maybe it's so.
Okay.
Y'all, thank y'all so much to everybody. Everyone who jumped up in this best live chat. Thank you so much. Candace made her brain hurt. I'm sorry, SC Dog. I'm so sorry.
At least we don't have to live with her.
That's a good point. Candace Cole is claiming that she won. Won what? She made no claims. Like, if you're going to say that she won, what is the evidence that she won with? Like, what did she win with? Right. No, show me what you won. Mm-hmm. So I too can be like that. They're going to say, you got to watch your show. You got to watch your show. Like, well, ma'am, we can't do that. No. So show me what she won. What did she prove?
Nothing. Just that
which I think was been a great, was a great question. Like, show me the alternative position, and we'll sit right here and wait.
Yes.
Hold on, real quick. Let me see this real quick. He should not even have done this. He was never going to pin Candace down on anything because she is like Jello. She will always claim, in her opinion, and it was not the right. And you know what? Shout out to you, Come Quick. I agree with you. I don't disagree. Mm-hmm. However, the only thing I disagree with is this was a great opportunity for Candace to be put on display that she is not a debater. Put on display that she does not have a position. Mm-hmm. Even though, yes, Andrew was not able to nail Jello to the wall. You're 1,000% correct. However, he was able to prove that Candace doesn't have a position. Mm-hmm. That Candace doesn't have a position she's willing to defend. And therefore, I do think that was needful. So though I would love for it to have been presented differently, that's going to be where I think I might disagree some, but not really. Like, we ain't got to fight. We ain't got to disagree. We ain't got to fight each other.
No. But at least something happened. I'll take it.
I'll take it for sure. I'll take it. All right, good people. Thank y'all to everybody who tapped in. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. If you're from Edie's channel, if you're over here from the Jwhit podcast, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the very kind and gracious supers. By the way, shout out to Chrissy being the stream sponsor. We appreciate you. Y'all put Chrissy in the chat. Thank you so much for sponsoring the stream. I appreciate you, love. Thank you so much. SC Dog, thank you always for being a blessing. Thank you so much. Downtown D as well. My brother Willie Doc from another. Appreciate you, friend. Thank you so much. Always good to see you. Willie Doc is here in Atlanta. He need to come visit your boy. Come on, holler at us. Thank you for the love of Jesus. I appreciate you. Salty Sarah's up in here. Thank you. Christelle Jean, thank you, love. Thank you so much. You know what? I think I got everybody. I think I missed somebody. I got them all. We appreciate them. Thank you so much for being a member for 8 months. My goodness. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you so much, Marshawn. 2027. Thank you so much. All right. Now, earlier on, and by the way, Screaming Yellow. Thank you so much. Or Yellow Screams. I apologize. I did say earlier we were making comments about smoking, and these two people asked. So as I get ready to leave out of here, and I'm gonna leave y'all with some encouraging music, I do want to make sure I respect what they asked. They said, "Hey, could you pray for me? Because I'm trying to get out of smoking." And you know what? I can rock with that. Because we always are trying to get better, and by God's grace, I want this channel to be one that encourages that. So I thank y'all for that. Thank you for asking the question. the clips of Truth and Just Johnny. So I'm going to pray and I'm going to get ready to get out of here. Edie, again, thank you so much, love. I thank you for hanging out with us. Make sure if you could, the mods could please drop Edie's link in the chat. I really do want to make sure y'all go over and check her out because she's up to some shenanigans over there.
I am.
And we are shenanigan adjacent over here. We respect the shenanigans. Everybody, thank y'all so much. And I'm going to pray and then I'm going to end the stream. So thank you, God, today that we're able to watch this conversation. I do pray that you were glorified and honored in it. And I pray for Andrew and Pat, as well as for Candace, that, Lord God, they will all come to the saving knowledge of who Christ is, repenting and coming to the foot of the cross. I do lift up our two friends, God, that were asking about breaking the habit of smoking. And I just ask that, God, you will do that on their behalf because they ask for it and their desire is to not. So I pray that you'll give them the ability, Holy Spirit, to break that habit and, Lord, to turn to a healthy lifestyle. We do thank you for all of that, Lord. Be honored and glorified in all that we say and do. We thank you so much. In Jesus' name.
In Jesus' name. Amen. Thank
you. Everybody, have a great weekend. I'm going to see you tomorrow, Lord willing. And until then, everybody, grace and peace.
Bye.
These are the Proverbs of Solomon, son of David, king of Israel. For gaining wisdom and discipline, for comprehending words of insight, and for receiving instruction in wise living, and in righteousness, justice, and equity. To impart prudence to the simple, and knowledge and discretion to the young. Let the wise listen and gain instruction, and the discerning acquire wise counsel by understanding the proverbs and parables, the sayings and riddles of the wise. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and discipline. Listen, my son, to your father's instruction, and do not forsake the teaching of your mother, for they are a garland of grace on your head and a pendant around your neck. My son, if sinners entice you, do not yield to them. If they say, come along, let us lie in wait for blood. Let us ambush the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them alive like Sheol, and whole like those descending into the pit. We will find all manner of precious goods. We will fill our houses with plunder, throwing your lot with us. Let us all share one purse. My son, do not walk the road with them, or set foot upon their path, for their feet run to evil, and they are swift to shed blood. How futile it is to spread the net where any bird can see it, but they lie in wait for their own blood. They ambush their own lives. Such is the fate of all who are greedy, whose unjust gain takes the lives of its possessors. Wisdom calls out in the street. She lifts her voice in the square. In the main concourse she cries aloud. At the city gate she makes her speech. How long, oh simple ones, will you love your simple ways? How long will scoffers delight in their scorn, and fools hate knowledge? If you had repented at my rebuke, then surely I would have poured out my spirit on you. I would have made my words known to you, because you refused my call, and no one took my outstretched hand, because you neglected all my counsel and wanted none of my correction in turn. I will mock your calamity. I will sneer when terror strikes you, when your dread comes like a storm, and your destruction like a whirlwind. When distress and anguish overwhelm you, then they will call on me, but I will not answer. They will but will not find me. For they hated knowledge and chose not to fear the Lord. They accepted none of my counsel. They despised all my reproof. So they will eat the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own devices. For the waywardness of the simple will slay them, and the complacency of fools will destroy them. But whoever listens to me will dwell in safety, secure